Hello, good morning. Pretty much on time today for once. I was thinking we would do some finishing touches today on the piercing homing projectile. I believe I found the actual name for it last night. What did I call it? Something needle? No. Take a look at the player. Then we look for weapons. Seeking drill dart. Huh. Someone subscribed. Nice to see who it was, I wonder. Thank you so much. I just turned on the notifications for followers. I'm not sure how I can see who did the follow. I'll try to figure it out, but thank you very much. So yeah, the Seeking Drill Dart was the name of the weapon in the end. We will be doing some finishing touching on that one. And then let's see. We made some weapon upgrade shops yesterday where we can spend our iron that we earned, and then we can get higher damage, fire rate, and things like that. But I still do have to tweak all the upgrade numbers, like how much damage should you get per upgrade, how much should the upgrade cost, and how should the upgrade scale. So I'll keep it very simple for the playtest, but that's a quite large task if I'm gonna make sure it scales properly and the numbers make sense everywhere. But keep it simple for the playtest. But once I did these two steps with the weapon upgrade and finishing touches on the homing projectile, I will go through a list that I prepare the playtest. Here we're talking about making sure that all the core elements that I added in the game so far, like all the mechanics, feel fine, and make sure that the gameplay loop makes somewhat sense. Make sure there's a proper wave timer, the enemies is somewhat balanced, fix their spawn points, and basically try to make a little loop where we go mine, buy stuff, mine, buy stuff, fight wave, and repeat this for 2 or 3 waves and fight the boss in the end or something. Doesn't have to be more than 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Um, the point is that people that playtest will get a feel of how the movement feels, the jetpack, the mining, the weapons, the upgrade system, uh, how the strength of the enemy feels, a few things like this. And I am not sure if my friends will be bothered to answer all of these questions I made over here. But I did make some questions in case they would bother to answer them here. So it's these questions are basically to help me get how could I say it? Like an overview of what I might want to focus on, what I might want to change, what is working, what is not working, things like this. And my game is like super early in the process right now. Um, but having having these tests done early is very good. If you have even just one friend or like sister, brother, mom, dad, whatever, someone to just test your game a little bit to see how it feels. Good idea early on. Okay. I worked a little bit last night on this piercing homing projectile, and what I'm currently looking at is this piercing homing projectile. How it works is that it goes towards um, hitbox, a hurt box of an enemy. This is the projectile here, and it flies towards it, and as soon as it pierces the hurt box, it does damage. So some issues arise when you have like a very large hurt box because the missile flies in like a pattern to reach the middle of the hurt box. So if it's a very large hurt box, it will just fly around inside the hurt box, never leave, never do damage again. Um, so there's a couple of ways to deal with this. Um, and there's two problems actually. Like the first problem is that I don't do damage again. The second problem is that the missile is inside the hurt box, so you never see it, and that is very boring, right? So what we want to do is that we want to have the missile lie straight until it's exit the hurt box, and then it turns around and it repeats here and here. It figures out I'm out of the hurt box. I'm gonna start moving towards it again. And that way we have solved the problem of the missile always staying in the hurt box and not being visible. Still, if the hurt box is very large, the missile will feel very underwhelming because it will only deal damage when it enters, and it will take a long time to go through the hurt box, exit, and go back in, compared to if it was a small one. So to solve this, I was thinking that uh, while we are in a hurt box, we can mm, put a timer, and every certain tick we do damage. So if it would take an entire second to go through the hurt box, then it would maybe tick 5 times the damage, for example. That is what I'm gonna try to fix with a homing missile today. I don't think it's more. So what I did add so far, let's see if I can find it here and clean up the script. So close other tabs. There we go. Now it's nice and clean. Mm, mm, mm. This is the actual weapon. This is the missile. Here. When we enter the trigger area, this is the enemy. The missile only collides with the enemy hurt box, so this is guaranteed the enemy. When it enters the hurt box, we do the damage, spawn the impact effect, but this missile doesn't have it yet, so it doesn't do anything right now. And then we set fly straight to true, a bool that will let the missile fly straight. And we have an array of areas called fly straight references. So what that's gonna do is it's gonna keep track of what areas we entered, and it's gonna keep flying straight until this is empty. So how do we empty it? Well, we empty it when we exit the trigger area. But I believe we also have to have one last fix here, because if the enemy dies right now, and I'll actually check this with ChatGPT, but I believe if the enemy dies while we're inside the enemy, this on trigger area exited will not trigger, because the enemy queues freeze. It's not like the missile exits the area. You can try to check it. If we use a function to I can just give it this actually. We add area to the references array when the missile enters an enemy hurt box. My question, I can also add the exited version. When we exit the hurt box, the enemy gets hurt box gets removed from the references. My question, does area exited trigger if the missile is inside the enemy hurt box when the enemy queue freeze? Which I think is a no. It does fire, but only if the collision shape is still active at the moment of deletion. Okay. That would be incredible, because then I save myself from some signaling when the hurt box gets removed. On our enemy, the enemy stays a bit after death, but the hurt box goes away immediately. And what was important is that this monitoring and everything probably stays active until it queues freeze. Might as well rename this. I thought it was called a hitbox before, but I learned it's a hurtbox. Yeah. So this happens when death is triggered. So it's basically like the first step before animation plays in the future where the enemy is dying, but the hurtbox immediately goes away. Cool. So now we should be pretty safe that the fly straight references should be updated at all times, we believe. Even when the enemy queue freeze, when the missile is inside. Now we have to make use of it, because I didn't add any code to make it fly straight yet. We should look at how the direction updates every frame. Because basically the direction should stay the same while we're flying straight. So here is the function that sets the direction. So it basically is a vector from the missile to the target's position. And here we see we update direction. If we are not going to update the direction, all of this is not needed. We can either set in here if fly straight, then we return, or we could have it up here that we run this if we're not flying straight. Now we have to consider like when do we reset fly straight? When do we not want to fly straight? And the answer is when the fly straight references is empty. This one. That's the array that keeps track of all the hurt boxes we are inside of. We can say it like this. If not fly straight references, then fly straight false. Now we could do another one of this here after this check. Or we could do it like this. So what are we saying here? We're making sure the fly straight is set to false if this is empty. I believe empty array turns out to be null. Will an if statement on an empty array return null? So these checks are super cheap, but I still think running it every frame is a bit of a waste when you can add one extra line of code or two extra line of code to make it run only while fly straight is active. So even though it's a little bit messier, I choose to go optimization over readability on this one in case I would spawn many of this missile. I don't know how many missiles I would have here. Let's see. And then another if fly straight, return. This is strictly, the second check is strictly not needed unless I want the direction to be set, the exact frame when the fly straight references is emptied. I wonder, I believe this is only updated when, yeah, dot erase, right? That only happens once? Yes. So what we could actually do is check it here. If fly straight references is empty here, then we can set fly straight to false. Because every time we remove an area, we can check, okay, did we remove all the areas now? If we did, then fly straight should be back to false. And that makes all of this go away, and then just and it's even cheaper because with the previous implementation I had here, it would be called every frame when the fly straight was active, the check for the array. But with the new implementation here, it will only be called when we erase an area from the array. Much better. So I have a very big boss enemy. I guess I don't have a way to spawn him right now. Let's go to the enemy spawner and just make a temporary one where we spawn the boss using what button? See, which button do I use little? Mining light, I use little. Mining underscore light. Can do it like this. Okay, now we spawn bus up here. What is? Ah, that's the right. That's the light. See, that's not up to date. We'll just use interact for now then. All right. So are we able to see this stick ever exit? Hmm. There the stick goes in. Since the damage doesn't update, I can assume that it only stays in there. Hmm. Okay. So what I can see happening right now is it flies. It does fly straight after it hit an enemy. So probably it's not updated back to not flying straight. It doesn't return null. An empty array doesn't return null. Ah, but if it returns false, that's what I wanted. Okay, so dot is empty is a check they use for the empty arrays. Okay. Go to the homing projectile at the arrays part, and then we do if fly straight reference is empty. Like this. Let's look at the enemies first. Does it bounce? No, it doesn't. On trigger array entered. So if we don't set fly straight, starts as false. Just gonna check if there's something else wrong with the script so we know. No, it definitely correctly flies toward the enemy all the time without the fly straight. So it's this one that is wrong. Then we add some print statements to debug. Trigger area exited. Let's just do 2 and 3. Trigger area exited never runs. Okay. Trigger area exited. So am I not connected to the signal maybe? On trigger area entered. Yes. We are not connected. So exited. And then we run trigger area exited like that. Host. Okay, all three are running. Now that we know that, let's finish off these enemies. On the boss up here. Trigger area exited, exited. Okay. Yeah, here we see it comes back out. That is the way I wanted it to work. Cool. Finally, we might want to add the effect that it takes damage over time while the thing is inside of them. Just to make it more powerful on bosses. So how should we do that? I know there is a way to get all the boxes that the trigger area is colliding with at any moment in time. But we also got this array that we keep of targets we are colliding with. So we might use that one. What I'm thinking is something like if array is not empty, timer plus delta. Timer is larger than x damage, or for each enemy in hurt box in array, the damage, something like that, right? And then timer minus equal timer. Minus equal x. That's the idea, I think. Now, let's see, is it expensive? I want my missiles to do damage over time until they exit an enemy hurt box. Is this implementation good for optimization? Anything to optimize more, or is it fine for even 100 missiles? Yeah, that's fine. I am aware that this might lead to like double damages if, let's say, for example, there are two overlapping hitboxes and the missile is about to enter the second one and the timer is about to go off. Then it first enters, do damage, and the timer immediately goes off and it damages again. So it might get like a double tick just when it enters the second one. I could have it so when it exits the final hurt box, so basically when we set fly straight to false again, then then we could also at the same time set the timer back to 0 for the dot damage if you want to. One consideration I do have is, should I make the dot damage less than the piercing damage? And the reason for that is, let's say we have a very large enemy again, and then the pierce does 1 damage, and then it ticks 1, 1, 1, 1. It turns around, 1 damage, like that. And then with this setup, all of this is downtime. If this turn takes more than tick time, the optimal strategy is probably to have a very slow missile, because then you stay inside the enemy for longer. So big bosses, slow missile is better. And I'm not sure if I want that. So I have to make sure that if I don't want that, then this turn, if it takes like 0.4 seconds and the ticks here is 0.2 seconds, then this should deal at least double damage from the ticks. Now I believe this is gonna be Hi again, QRT42. Happy to see you're back so many days in a row. It's going pretty well. I spent some time last evening to set up some shops. I didn't tweak the numbers yet, but they are in the main scene, in the world scene here. Where did I put them? Is it these ones? I have to move some of them, but yeah, they are pretty much in the scene, and I check that they work. Wow, 13 hours. That sucks. I hope you have like a way to connect your mobile internet to your computer. Like you can use mobile hotspot or mobile tethering from your phone, and you can use the internet from your mobile. At least if you have unlimited, that is a very nice option. Um, so it looked like all of these did not have the correct position because I want them to be at -3. This one, like that. Okay, -3. So this should be -6. No, -3. Yeah, and the final boxes should be at -9. Hmm, looks a bit far still. Ah, like that. Okay, now they are spread out nicely. All of these are different upgrades. No mobile either. Oh man. I see. Uh, yeah, sucks. Could be some major line that went down then, that hit both the mobile towers and like basically the infrastructure. If they cut a cable that went to the mobile towers, but also to home internet, then yeah, yes, there is no internet anywhere. So what did you do without the internet? Were you able to be super productive, or what happened? Game dev, Godot documentation, and source is enough. What you need. Ah, so you were a game deving. I see. And you have the game Godot documentation downloaded, I guess, then, since you were able to access it. Oh, it's built in. Nice. Nice. You see these missiles here. These ones. They go and they target an enemy, and then they keep piercing him like this until he dies, and then they move on to the next enemy. I'm wondering, like, would it be? I have a lock-on system as well, like this. So maybe I could say, like, if if I don't launch them with lock on, then they should maybe target the closest enemy each time they exit instead, so they fly more from one enemy to the next all the time. I'm not sure. I don't know what's gonna be coolest. I guess this is fine as well. Could be different targeting options that I add later. I actually haven't used the built-in documentation, no, but I did see when I hover stuff, and a couple of times I did um, click on them like this. So I guess yes, I did use them sometimes, but I forget about it. Like I am very quick to ask ChatGPT about syntax or how different interactions work. Yeah, or check the documentation online. But I should use this more. It is very good. Search help button. Hmm. Wonder. Is it this one you mean? No, that's a filter. Search help. Magnifying glass. F1. Search help. Script editor right side. This one, maybe. Should be a script editor, right side, search help. There we go. So if I want to know how instantiate works, I can go there. Let's see, what is something that I could look at? It could be something like RPC. That's fun. And they give up different options, of course. RPC, RPC ID, Q-free RPC. That is a thing on its own. It searches my project as well for things. Ah, this is mine. At GDScript. It works with directly like at RPC as well. Maybe this is built in. Method followed by args. Yeah. I should for sure check this out from time to time at least. Search some different things and read it a little. A nice break from just coding as well. I wonder though, instead of doing this ticking damage inside the enemy, because the idea is right that I don't want to do damage only once if it's a huge enemy, because then it's so slow to kill with these missiles, because it only does damage when it enters. But what if I simply got the radius of the enemy that I collide with, and then I just scale the damage with the radius instead? Then I don't have to do these ticks. That's probably a lot cheaper, right? Computationally. So instead of doing all of this is just 1 times the radius. Or a radius multiplier, whatever, maybe. Radius is too but much of a damage, I don't know. That I will have to figure out. So here, apply hit damage. Or if you do final damage as a float and just do damage multiplied by, I collide with the area PD, with a collision. No, because those, not all of them will have radiuses though. Shapes are so different. Maybe that's a bad idea. It would work well if it was only spheres I worked with, but if I like imagine I have an enemy looking like this, and the arrows enter here, and the size is very large, and it does a lot of damage, but it goes back and forth super fast here. That would be super OP. Yeah, so that's not a good idea. Um, Guess we can do it down here. Damage, overlap damage. Let's place it here for now. This just have to check if we fly straight. Because if we fly straight, that means that we are inside a hurt box of an enemy. Need a timer. Impact, overlap, damage. When we set the damage down here, we could do overlap damage by 2 or something. Or we could just tweak how often it procs. Yeah, that is easier. Damage timer floats. All right. Thanks for stopping by. Have a nice day. Good luck with your project. Damage timer. Should put some music on, perhaps. Really think of that. Like this. Damage interval. Do every second. Okay. Here. And we should add the delta. And then we say if damage timer now exceeds damage interval, then we do for hurt box in slice trait references. Believe it was called like this. We can look down here. Just copy that. Physics. Okay. Is it correct? Apply hit. It's called damage. Like that. And then we do damage timer. Reduce it by the damage interval. Like so. Finally, when we erase and do the damage timer back to 0. Actually, it is fair that it keeps the timer. Let's say it almost triggered before it exits and it goes back in. It's fair if it does a double tick right then. So let's just take away this. Maybe 1 second is a bit too much. Maybe we would rather have like 0.2 seconds. Post. And then on the big guy, send a missile. Yeah, look at those numbers go. Now they're a lot more now it's a lot more useful on the bosses. I should maybe make the existing missiles change target when I lock onto something like this. And those damage numbers, it has to be a bit, it has to be shown somewhere else. I have to have a boss health bar. Okay. Enemy, boss health bar. I need that. I did this one I fixed. Yes, this one we fixed. Good. This is a question as well. Like, how long should these missiles fly around? Or is there maximum to how many we can spawn? I think this is the one we will go for. These missiles do stay and do damage frequently. So they can just fly around and deal damage until there is no enemies nearby and then return to the player. Probably. To have a maximum number of spawned missiles, we would probably have a signal when it queue free, and have the weapon which spawn the missiles listen for this signal to keep track of the spawned ones. Targeting changing on lock-on. That is probably something we could add right away. Is it something about lock-on right now? I suppose it's only It's only in the weapon that the lock-on is considered right now. But let's see, if the weapon has, if we have a lock-on and we launch the missile, the lock-on is the target. That's fine. What we need is a signal. The missile needs to listen for the lock-on signal so that it changes its target to the lock-on if it's already out and flying about. We have a signal bus. This listens to lock-on target changed. It also brings the peer ID of the person who did it. Okay. So do the missile know what player it belongs to? Is there any peer ID here? No. Is there a player reference? Yes. Think so. Kind of. But we should make it. We should make a peer ID here. Movement, general movement, drifting, fly straight. Here sent the missile. Here ID int. So I can go down here. This is the initialization of the missile. And it brings a player reference. So we set peer ID to this even gonna work, I wonder. Print peer ID. One, yes, and on the other one. Okay, this trigger area exit has to stop spamming. Okay, it does correctly set the peer ID. Good to know. With that in mind, we can now set up listening to the signal. So that is signal bus. And then we find the signal name here. Bring this as well so I remember the variables. We connect the function name on lock on. Then we have to remember which variables we get here. We rename the variables so they don't overlap with the ones we have. And then we say if our peer ID is the same, is not the same as the received peer ID, then we don't do anything. But if it is, we do target equal receive target like that, and we move this function down to targeting logic. Targeting. Like so. So now what we should see happening is maybe easier to see with one first. You see this these little missiles flying around here. We're gonna want them change targets to this one, and they did. Always happy to see it work fast. That's nice. Okay, and then we have to check one more thing, and that is how it works in multiplayer. Oh, player. Here on the enemy that this guy puts his target on this one. You can see the other player's missile is still going for the main target, which is good. And now they've changed. I'm a bit surprised it worked first try, but when we made similar logic earlier, then it gets easier to do it a second time, I suppose. What were these errors? Blah, blah, blah. It could be simple as the fact that it spawned before I clicked connect. Yes, it looks like that, unless it was the missile. Seems fine. And if I yeah, everything seems fine. Okay. This one we fixed on lock on. So should we already limit the number of missiles? I suppose I can connect to the signal when I create the missile, so we can make a signal up here. Take a look how we make signals. It's syntax, signals. So arguments used. Self, I guess. Can't. Var. Maybe it doesn't. Might not even have to. Yes. It should pass a reference of itself, I think. Okay, so if the weapon spawns the missile and then connects to the signal, the missile dies, the signal triggers and tells this guy. Then the other players who spawn missiles, they are not connected to this missile signal. I think we don't need anything specific. Okay, still removed. And then we go emit signal, missile removed. And here, when we create the missile, we can do missile. How is it like this first, then connect, then the function that runs when it is triggered? So count active missiles. If active missiles is greater than or equal to maxed missiles, then set max missiles reached else false. Like so. Active missiles, max missiles, max missiles 3. Let's just bring this up here. Max missiles reached, and active missiles. Okay, now we can go down here. Looks good. Then we see we have to pass a number. So cells removed, -1. Number int. So now we have to make logic if when we can fire. So that's if max missiles is not reached, we can fire. Reload. That can run every frame. I think that's fine. Target. Setting the target. We would need to run that when we have max missiles. Target selector set target. Believe the target selector set target is something we just have to do when we fire. It will still track the targets, I believe. Look, eligible targets, that's the one that tracks the possible targets, right? So we have set target. It just checks the eligible targets and return target or nothing. Yeah. Don't have to do that one when we're not firing. All right, we can stop here for sure. We could skip the reload as well. What that would do is that it would take a little slight delay from when the missile is removed until you shoot again. While if you place the check down here, then the reload happens while the missiles are flying around. So as soon as one disappears, another one is shot immediately. This is a very cheap check. It's like a call into a if statement, and that's it. And it's only one node per player. So I think we leave it like that. If max missiles have been reached, we stop here. Now we check. What we're hoping to see is that we spawn 5 missiles, but nothing more. 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Oh. But did I actually increase the number of missiles here? Blah, 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 blah. No, I didn't. Count active missiles. 1. Add active missiles. Okay. Three. Or 1 more missile, and then hopefully it stops. Perfect. And if we now kill these guys, and the missiles disappear, it works again. Okay. Did I? Why did it print 1, I wonder? Nothing in here. Ah, peer ID, right. Good. There's a maximum number of spawn missiles. Missile flies continuously until no enemy is in range. So it would be an option that these kind of projectiles, instead of drifting off and exploding or getting removed like the rockets do, these missiles could perhaps go back to the player's weapon, and then it's ready to be launched again. And could maybe do something fun like visually show that the missiles are there, ready to be fired as well. Something to think about. Hey, KVix, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome. Okay, so should we call it a day for the piercing homing projectile, maybe? I think it's working good enough for a playtest. Ow. Move to the tasks, and we look at preparation for the playtest. We have to see if mining feels good. I think right now I'm using a pickaxe for mining, but I think I'm going to replace it with a drill. I think the player is ultimately going to be like mech or something, perhaps. So a drill could make sense. Good, good, good. So preparing for the playtest, it's going to be a lot of tweaking values of the pickaxe and jetpack and stuff to see what feels good. And I think the best way to go about it is just do one thing at a time. Currently we're only spawning iron nodes, so what we can do is go to the block spawner, then look for some temp or something. No. Here, if you roll stone, return stone. That's fine. I'm trying to find where I changed it to only spawn iron. Are you also working on something in Godot, KVix, or are you just stopping by to see other developers work a little? Stone is 1. Iron adds this. And air adds this. So it would make sense. Is this the thing that I changed? If so, I made my life harder earlier. No, that wasn't what I changed, was it? Break stone. Let's see. Here. If it's less than the weight of the stone, the total is negative then, or 0. That's basically a fail check, I guess. If roll is less than the weight of the stone, return block type stone. Fallback should typically not be used. Here is what I changed. Jesus. Why didn't I make a note here that I changed it? Oh well. Okay, so the yellow ones are gonna be stones. They're gonna break easier than the iron. Now the iron can spawn anywhere, but it's more likely to spawn deeper. I can carry up to 4 of them, and I move very slow. Ooh. Enemy spawner. Shouldn't be spawning stuff right now. That's for testing. So in the world, let's see. These pickaxe, jetpack. Okay. These are the default. Yes. In order for knowing the standard values, I guess I will just have to start by tweaking the default jetpack. So this is gonna be way too little, I guess, but I suppose gravity might be calculated on this, so if I go below, acceleration 9. What if we have 1? Have to refresh my memory on how the jetpack works here. Movement. Okay, so this is where we set the drag weight. Fine. Well, that might be some stuff we look at. Okay. It's fine. That's fine. Let's see, what do we do in physics process? Here. Nothing much. And it might be in player movement. Sync, camera, jetpack. Here's movement. So we have one function when we're on the floor. Or if the jetpack is off. Set velocity is basically what calculates our movement, our velocity. This one. Okay, so it does somehow count for gravity. But only when the jetpack is off, okay. That's how we do it. If we're on the ground, we jump. So this doesn't have to be in here because this only runs if the player is not on the floor. Oh no, this is when the player is on the floor, my bad. Here. Horizontal movement. So horizontal acceleration is calculated based on the jetpack acceleration. But it's a bit smaller because the jetpack horizontal multi is less than 1. Okay, that's fine. The vertical, does that count for gravity somehow? We are moving towards the top speed of the jetpack. And if we are sprinting, the top speed is higher. And if we are carrying a lot of stuff, the top speed is lower. The acceleration pretty much works the same way. And this is when we're moving upwards. And as we can see, there is no accounting for gravity here. The downward movement of the jetpack is pretty much the same. No gravity there either. But we do see that we do ignore the weight. So if you're carrying a lot of stuff, we will be able to descend quickly. So if we're not moving up or down, we're trying to reach a target y of 0. And we're accelerating at a pace similar to when we're moving up. I could probably say if current velocity is greater than 0, like if we're moving up, if velocity.y is greater than 0, then we can ignore the weight multiplier when we're gonna stabilize, but a minor detail. Okay, so what we learned, we don't have to account for gravity on our jetpack. So this can be less than 9.8 and it's no problem. We're testing top speed. Put it at 10 for now. Okay. Top speed seems very high, going sideways. What is that? Oh no, the top speed is very high. 10. The jetpack feels kind of bad when it's low acceleration. To be frank. Now the top speed. The top speed of 3. Move pretty fast. By the way, if anyone knows how I can tweak these exported values while I'm in the game and have them update on the fly, that could be useful. Guess I can check with ChatGPT as well. So player movement. Maybe we can export the jetpack. Numbers. Testing. Let's see how he suggests doing it. Top speed of 1. That is low, especially if I don't sprint, then it's like, oh my god. That feels terrible. 1 is too slow. Even to begin with, like, maybe if we drop down, we mine. Sometimes it's nice to get the feeling that you are like really really improving when you upgrade the first times. Like sometimes it's nice to feel bad in the beginning to feel better when you upgrade something, if you know what I mean. But I'm not sure if this is one of those cases. Whee. Yeah, but one is too slow for sure, right? So let's do 2. I think another thing I might have to consider is if I have a very high top speed and a very low acceleration, what can happen is that players go from deep in the mine and go super fast up. Like by the time they reach the top, they have a very high top speed, but then it takes a long time to stabilize due to acceleration being low. So they will like fly super high past the starting point. And those controlling that will be very annoying. With that in mind, should I maybe upgrade top speed and acceleration in tandem? Like, not give the option to only upgrade top speed? That's something I have to consider, right? Because then basically players are allowed to like create janky movement which feels bad. But we'll see. Let's try it with 2 speed. First, test it without holding the sprint button. You have to consider players might do that. Two, 3. So this is without the sprint button and holding almost max weight. Very slow, but I think that's fine. I think holding the sprint button is like this. This is probably the speed I want to have, like on the first trip, before you go upgrade your jetpack and you get higher speeds, like that. Top speed. Ooh, that's what I had. I think top speed 2 is nice. I think that's fine. I can write it down in Obsidian, I suppose. Huh? A folder, playtests, playtest December. overview. Oh, hello. Oh, this text is a little small. Let me see. Kanjak, was it? Thank you so much for the follow, man. Wonder, can I maybe go here to see? Was it Chanjak, yeah? Thank you. This is the first day I'm having like notifications on follows, so I am not quite sure how to see who followed me. I'm sorry if I missed anything. So for the playtest here, if we make a new note and we do equipment tweaks, and we start with jetpack and top speed. One is too low in the beginning, even with sprint. That 2 feels good, especially with sprint. That I think is true. Let's reaffirm once more with 1 that it's actually feeling bad. With sprinting. I wonder. They are floats though, right? Yeah, I could do 1.5 as well, of course. Bring this guy. 1 more. Now, with this speed, you would quit the game before you got the first hole up, right? Feels bad. 2 is fine. Now, let's do acceleration. Of course, I could test 3 as well, but it's important that the upgrades feel meaningful and that you don't start with what you would consider more than enough speed. That would be because you see upgrading to this speed will feel good, but if you start with so much speed that you don't feel like you have to upgrade the speed, then where's the enjoyment in doing that upgrade, you know? Okay, acceleration. Start like 1. How does? Let's do even smaller. Let's do like a super tiny acceleration. How does that feel? Like you think it feels good when you're first gaining some momentum, but then, like I was talking about, if you have a lot larger top speed than acceleration, like now I stop moving, and you see how long it takes to stop, and that is never gonna feel good. Like this, maybe. Let's test it at 1. Oh, okay, let's go. So this is like okay, you know? Feels okay. Should be considered in order to have upgrades feel better. So the idea with that one is, if it feels just tad bad in the beginning, then when you upgrade it, it's like, oh, that feels so much better. So yeah, it's this balance, you know, like how good should it feel right away? Because you don't want the first impression of the game as well to feel really clunky. I have to be careful, of course. Let's do a test at 1.5. You see Godot, you follow. Very good. Are you making something of your own in Godot as well? Or do you like to watch people just work in Godot generally? Sorry for the late response. I saw you wrote a few minutes ago. By the way, is the music volume okay? Okay, didn't listen much to my own stream, so I'm not sure if it's too loud or maybe too soft, the music. So there is some crazy movement spikes when I go on the floor, because the run speed is so high. So if you run and then jump, you have like crazy sideways momentum. Okay, but acceleration wise, I think having the same acceleration as top speed feels quite okay. Like this. Go down, stop, go up. Max speed is reached here, I guess. Stop. And if I hold shift as well, then it stops even faster. That is probably... I'm not sure if I'm gonna have the sprint to toggle maybe. I did try having sprint as a toggle, but then for some reason it didn't feel that great. Not sure why. Just felt very nice to be able to press shift and feel a boost, you know. If you have a sprint on a toggle, a bit different. So in general, I think the acceleration should at least stay close to top speed to feel good. Is it called tandem when you... Could be, I guess. Okay, so let's try a bit of a higher acceleration. I should also make a note of... I did test speed 3, right? 3 feels like a speed you get after upgrades. It's fast at the beginning. I think we nailed the speed. maybe it feels a little fast, the acceleration sometimes, but right now it's 50% faster than the top speed. So what it's going to determine is things like how fast you stop when you go change directions, and how does the turning feel, things like that. The stopping, how does the stopping feel? And honestly, I think having more acceleration than top speed is not necessarily that bad. Still takes about 1 second to stop fully here. Like acceleration 4 feels better than 3. Pretty good as well. More in control. 4 versus 2. Better than 3. So let's do 5. So the biggest difference is, of course, when you want to change direction quickly. Like, it used to take 1 second to stop, right? And now stops almost immediately. And if I want to move down and then go up, I can change direction almost immediately. Five. Similar to 4. Even more control. Losing feeling of momentum, maybe. Let's just rank it up to 10 now, just to see how that feels. Then pretty much you're gonna be at top speed immediately. And you're gonna stop immediately. So what I would say for 10 is full control. Speed is the only factor. Feels like jetpack is only controlled by top speed. Might feel like lacking physics. So basically, if this is super high, you see, it sort of feels weird, right? When you just stop immediately. Doesn't feel quite realistic anymore. So there's probably a sweet spot close to the top speed, what I would think. It's important that I don't discuss this stuff with the players before they play test. I think I'm gonna give them the controllers because I don't have any tutorials or anything set up. So usually I wouldn't give controllers to anyone trying my game. But unless I'm on Discord with them, then maybe I can. But I can let them try a little without giving them the controller setup. But yeah. You know, when the game is a bit further along the process and maybe I make a demo or something, I will probably say like when you break the rock, then it says like press E to pick up the pebbles, you know? And then there's no doubt players will pick up on it, but since I don't have any tutorial in place, I might have to tell my friends the controllers. The advantage of not telling the controllers is that you'll see how intuitive it is. So if max carry weight is 0, that should mean that when we pick up the first pebble, then we can't move, basically. I think the health of the nodes might be correct, but I will try tweaking them a little as well. It feels okay to use 3 hits on the stones and 6 on the iron. Wait, the max. The carry weight didn't apply. So having it as 0 is maybe a no-go. So what I'm guessing now is that I'm gonna be allowed to move at half speed when I carry 1. And if I pick up 2, I shouldn't be able to move. Yeah, I can move a bit slower. If I pick up this one, can't move. Okay. So if we have only 1, that we are allowed to carry. Then the first thing you would want to upgrade is probably the carrying capacity. So with 1 max carry capacity, max carry weight. That's how I do it. Okay. Might be an option. There's a couple of notes on that one though. Like first trip will want players to immediately want more capacity. That can be good or bad. I don't know, but need proper text on screen if carrying more than max. Hit hotkey to press to release stones. Pebbles. If there's no text on the screen, you pick up like 1, 2 pebbles, you try to take off and you're like stuck. You're like, what the fuck? Did it bug? So let's try it with 2. 1 might be too little. Now we can carry 2. Like just being able to bring 2 of them feels a lot better. You can see it's moving very slow when we have max carrying capacity here. Oh, missed. Oops. Donk. 2. Well, what I would say about feels okay as a starter point. Slightly less inclined to upgrade carrying capacity, but the need is still there since iron will drop 2 to 4 levels. So if you start with 2, it doesn't feel as slow, as bad as just taking 1 little iron back up. I think maybe that's better. And then just having the second upgrade cost a little more. Like, in order to upgrade to 3, then you pay, maybe you pay as many as you upgrade to, like you pay 3 for 3, something like that. Okay. So let's see if we can illustrate it here. Like, if it drops more than 2, yeah. So you like go, you pick up these, and then you're like, oh shit, I can't move. I have to take 1. It's so slow as well now. That's something to consider though. Like even if we put the max carrying capacity at 3, if we want to bring 3, it's still very slow. With the base movement speed and everything, yeah. Like what is the optimal if you have 3 carrying capacity? And your max movement speed is something like, I think it's the multiplier is something like carrying capacity above, no, it's carried of carrying capacity plus 1, I think. Something like that. That you remove. So if you move at 25% speed with 3, and you move at 50% speed with 2, then it's more efficient to carry 2 rocks, right? So even if the carrying capacity is 3, the optimal strategy is to bring 2 rocks. If you bring 1 rock, you move at 75% speed. So the optimal then would be to, it's around half. The optimal is to bring around half your carrying capacity, I guess. Because if I then start with 2 carrying capacity, the optimal way to move is maybe to bring just 1. The 2 carrying capacity gives like 33% movement if you carry 2. 66% movement if you carry 1. Okay, then it's the same if you take 1 or 2. But as soon as you get up there in carrying capacity, let's say 8 out of 16, 17 I guess it will be. And you carry half of 16, yeah. Then you move at half speed. You carry the max carrying capacity, you'll basically not be moving. Of course, this will matter less if you have like crazy movement speed as well. A lot of things to factor in here. Okay, so now with 3 carrying capacity, carrying 2 pebbles feels a lot better already. The thing is then, it's already feeling pretty good, right? So do I want this already pretty good to be at the start of the game, or do I want it to be like after 1 trip down, where you go, you go and then you upgrade your carrying capacity and then you feel better. You carry 3, it's super slow. So these need to be placed further apart. These kind of fine, but could be a bit further apart. Yeah, definitely these ones. Okay. Okay, let's test it with 4. As you see, we can carry 2 with ease. It's almost feels almost as good as just flying without any pebbles. Okay. There's a weird bug when I go down on the ground sometimes, like I bounce back up. It's when I hold space. Just then I jump. Yeah. I could probably when oh wait. If I do space up in the air, go on the ground, then I bounce. And now I don't bounce. Don't bounce. So if I space in the air, then go on the ground, then I bounce. Okay. So what feels so bad is that the jump is queued while I'm in the air. I don't want that. So we go to movement. And then see when we do the jump. Jump pressed, that's the one. I think I just want to do that on the ground, to be honest. It only resets when you jump, right? So players on floor and like that. So now if I go up, down, like that, and I go, okay, so if I go here, I don't bounce. If I hold the space bar when I hit the ground, I'll probably bounce, but that is fine. Most important part is that I can go down, not bounce like that. Okay, so this is carrying capacity 4. One, two, E4. You can see the movement is super slow with 4. It might feel worth it to take 4. I take 5. Can't move. Okay, I drop 1. But it's technically the best amount to drag here is 2. When you have a carrying capacity of 4. Because this is too slow. And it's even slower when you move sideways. have like a pickaxe in front of these boxes and the jetpack in front of these boxes. And I think I'm soon done testing the jetpack here, so 4 feels good. Still very slow to carry 4 at a time. I do want to upgrade capacity. Still. Iron straight away, lucky. Oh. With 5, if you take 3 of them, they'll still move pretty fast. The 5 feels very good for a single break, even if it drops 4. And the movement speed with 4 feels a lot better. So it's a big difference up to 5. It's very good. Even 4 has okay movement speed. Oh, was that with 5 or did I just change it to 6? Ah, that was with 6, definitely. This is 4. Yeah, it feels a little bit slower. So, what I would say, 5 feels good. Feels better than 4. Dragging 4 now gives pretty slow speed, but getting there. And finally 6. Feel best, and you can drag 4 without trouble. Just a bit slower. So once you reach like 6 carrying capacity, then you're pretty set on diving for 4 at a time. Now imagine we start at 3. It's still a long way up to 6 because we might want to upgrade with cost 4, cost 5, and cost 6. And then we're already at like, is it 15? 15 ores to upgrade all of that. So it might be fine to start with 3. A counterpoint to that is like if we start at 1 or 2, like the first upgrades, we can do those super cheap, you know, like cost 1. Max carry weight. Next max carry weight is +1. Okay. Can't move. Take away 1. There we go. Max carry weight. Ah, is the upgrade not working? Might have changed something. Ah, it costs 2. Right. Costs the same as the next carry weight. Oh. It definitely feels like it slows down the beginning a lot if we start with only 1 carry weight compared to like 3. But how much gameplay is it like? Is it a minute? Not much more than a minute, I think, that you're stuck on 1 carry weight, and then you go to 2, and you do kind of feel like, okay, we're that was a lot better. Let's keep upgrading this one. Keep going. So I think I might keep it as 1 for the playtest, just to see how people feel about those first drags. If they're like, was it fun that you could only bring 1 in the beginning and then really felt the upgrade, or would you rather just be at 3 right away? What would I want? I'm not sure if it would matter that much to me. Like, I started with 1 carry weight, I would definitely be like, the first thing I'm upgrading is carry weight, 100%. Okay, so let's let's keep this one as the one we choose for now. So chosen variables for playtest. Top speed 2. Not too slow. It's pretty okay. Yes. Pretty good. With sprint. Acceleration 2. Anything less feels a bit clunky. Max carry weight 1. Very unsure if this is correct, but it makes upgrading feel very good. As it slows down the beginning a lot. Okay. Let's move on to pickaxe. So we will do the jetpack and the pickaxe at once, and then we can tweak the upgrade values. So the default is speed 1, power 1. And I think that is fine, and then we just balance the blocks around it. These are floats, I suppose, yeah. We can, and hopefully the health of the mining block is also low. Yeah, it's a float. Now the pickaxe upgrades will be incredibly impactful on the, at least on the rocks here, if they are just setting health like 1, 2, 3, like 3 health and 6 health, then by 1 pickaxe upgrade you will be 2-shotting the stones instead of 3-shotting, and 2 pickaxe upgrades you will be 1-shotting the stones, unless we upgrade by 0.5, for example. And the same for iron, it's like very impactful, the pickaxe upgrades there. but that might be fine. And like in Core Keeper, we could have a system where when you go far away from the entrance or deeper below, I'm probably just gonna go distance from the entrance. Then the aura max health increase as the distance increases. Could also have it some more iron drop deeper below, so it's worth digging down. Even if the rocks are harder down. Actually tweaking the iron on top to maybe just drop 1 or 1 to 2 iron might not be a bad idea, and then not sure how I'm gonna show that the stones and iron are getting sturdier. Perhaps like blue color, red color, black color, like that, you know, on top of the normal mesh. But yeah. Okay, so let's pay special attention to, would we want the pickaxe to hit slower? Do we want to make do more damage or less damage? It's possible that it could be hitting slower. Yeah, this definitely feels like an upgraded pickaxe right now. With the speed increase like this. So what about 0.5? That feels too slow. Then I would rather tweak the health to be higher if I needed it to take longer, you know. This is stupid. Too slow. 75. That could be an option in the beginning until you upgrade the speed. But the thing is, I'm probably going to replace the pickaxe with a drill anyway, so it's a bit more about the feeling of how long does it take to get the ticks. I think 0.75 is pretty good actually. But 0.5 was maybe too slow. But is the 0.5 too slow because we currently have a pickaxe swinging animation? Or is it because it takes too long to break the rock? It takes a bit too long. So I think 0.75 might be a good starting point. Speed. 0.75, 0.5 feels too slow, both animation and break rate. 0.75 feels okay. Animation, meh. Break rate, okay. The one that is guess that is what I built it around in the first place. One already feels pretty fast, to be honest. I think it's enough to upgrade this pickaxe speed by like 0.25 at a time. Now that I think about it, I should probably take note of that. I've done that on these as well. Like how big spikes do I think is fine for upgrades? So let's see. Jetpack pickaxe. Base values. And then upgrade values, upgrade spikes, pickaxe, speed. Let's see. $25. These are really impactful and can be felt clearly. Values costs. So in the beginning, the first upgrade is like 33% faster from 0.75 to 1, right? And then it's the question as well, should the like I could increase it by a percentage every time I upgrade attack speed as well. Like to reach upgrade of to reach a speed of 1. Maybe it could take 2 upgrades. Would need something like 002 maybe. Here 20%. Oh no, 1.2. It takes 3 with that one. 1.15. Now the question is, do I want the attack speed to go like this when I upgrade it? Or do I want it to go like this? And then what about the cost as well? If it goes like this, the cost should also go like this. If it goes like this, the cost could probably stay the same all the way. Hmm. Like the thing is, if we add a flat amount every upgrade, when we have like 10 speed already, and we move it to 10.25, this increase is very small. It's like 2.5% or something. And I don't think you would notice that very well. But of course, if you did many upgrades, you would notice it. So what's more fun? Is it pressing upgrade, 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 upgrade many times in a row and then actually like seeing then your speed increases by a decent amount? Or is it to save up multiple trips for a big upgrade and then having like a massive boost at once? I think I'm leaning towards the exponential scaling one, and then just add an exponentially scaling price as well. Probably falls off pretty hard. Cost should be quite fixed probably. 1.15 multi. Each upgrade will be impactful. Impact of upgrades, scale. This is exponential scaling. Each upgrade has the same impact. More. Very strong. Cost must increase. Exponential also, probably. I still remember I tested the power a little, and I'm pretty sure that having upgrade value of 1 might be fine. Each upgrade is significant in the beginning, for sure. Might fall off after many upgrades. It will fall off after many upgrades. Might have to spike at some point. So perhaps every 3 upgrades, double the value the upgrade gives. Cost +1 per upgrade. Rounded to whole number. How would that work though? It only costs 1 to increase 15%. how many times. That is quite a few times. I have to upgrade it before I actually start to pay 2 for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After 5 upgrades, it starts costing 2. If I start at 2, then 1, 2, 3. After 3 upgrades, it costs 3. It might be better because after 3 upgrades, we're at 1.15 speed. Cost function might be something like 2 times 1.15 times 2 times 1.15 times number of upgrades. Done. Minus 1. That way, the attack speed starts at 1 or 4 upgrades or something. Let's see, 2 times 1.15. The first upgrade costs 2. Second, well, it costs 1 because it's minus 1. Second, third, fourth. The fourth upgrade. So it's 3 upgrades that cost 1. This makes the first 3 upgrades cost 1. Then it upgrade 4, 5, 6, 4 and 5 cost 2. 1, 2, 3. 5 and 6 cost 3. And 75. Let's say we upgrade it 1, 2. Wait. 1 time, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we're already above double attack speed, and the total cost would be 1, 2, 3 upgrades. The first 3, and then 4 and 5. So for 10 iron ores, we more than double the speed. Keep in mind that the mining power increases faster in the beginning. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. And how did we say it? Like every 3 upgrades might double the value it gives. So 12 power. The price of 1, 2, 3, 5, 27. No matter what, this scale's ridiculous compared to the attack speed at the moment. So that might be fine as well. Maybe just upgrading damage should be better, but at some point, upgrading attack speed is the best. Doesn't necessarily have to be every 1 power upgrade do 1 attack speed upgrade. It doesn't have to be balanced like that. Okay. Make a note here. Currently, power of the pickaxe scale way harder than attack speed. Okay, so 1 upgrade, 2 upgrade, 3 upgrade. Oh. This is 3 upgrades. And this is then 3 more. So you get like 10 times the damage for the cost of 2, 3. Like, of course, I could use a similar type of scaling, like 15% per upgrade. But that would mean I would make a similar system to this one, probably. If I want it to be balanced, I must use flat increase on both or multiplicative increase on both. Or balance costs. Balancing the cost is, of course, an option as well. It's not in the beginning when it only costs 1. Hmm. These are actually the only two variables we use on the pickaxe. So let's try to think about the jetpack variables and how they should scale. We have top speed, we have acceleration, we have max carry weight. Let's see, how did the speed feel? Hmm. Okay, so maybe I should skip the jump altogether when the jetpack. Hmm. The jump and the ground movement, I could skip it all when the jetpack is on, maybe. I'm just seeing that it's a bit weird when the jetpack lands on the ground, because then the movement is taking over, you know. So 3 is definitely a good speed. I think it might be enough to upgrade the speed by 0.5 every time. Yeah, 10 speed. Is that like super crazy, or? That is pretty fast. So 2.5. Do you notice that upgrade is like, oh yeah, now we're moving. Actually, very noticeable. So how big upgrade increase is it? It's from 2 to 2.5. That's like 25%. Well, this one is a bit more. This is like 12% upgrade. Honestly, I think this is enough for the first upgrade. This compared to this one. No, sorry. Flat 2. Maybe. 2 is already quite fast, actually. Is 1.5 a better starting speed? .5 starter speed, and then 0.5 or 0.25 upgrades. Might be good. Thing is, it feels a bit slow when you carry something. So this would be what we would get from an upgrade to 2 speed. Definitely easy to notice, I think. Just not sure if I think two might be the correct starting speed just because of how slow you go when you drag stuff. If it wasn't for that, 1.5 is fine, I believe. Okay. Zero point 0.5 feels quite impactful already. Cost 2. Acceleration. What did we note on acceleration? Like the best acceleration might be actually around like 3 or 4. Like 50% more to double off top speed. The question is, should we let it scale faster? We could let the acceleration scale by 1 and cost the same as the speed. Top speed upgrades. Consider having this baked into speed upgrade, since very high top speed, very low acceleration feels bad. Max carry weight. What? Very clear and simple. Cost plus 1 each up 1. Base cost 1. Oh no, 2. 1 each upgrade. Might feel lackluster when reaching high upgrade levels. Okay. So I got a little bit of a picture of what values I can assign to these upgrade boxes that I have. I think maybe it's time for a small break. Go to the bathroom, get something to eat as lunch. And then just move the boxes a little bit so the text is clearer. Set up the correct values, both base values and the per level upgrade values and the cost functions. Okay. And then we can run a little test on the mining loop where we go up and down the mine a few times and see how does it feel to start a new game and go down, mine, get upgrades. And actually do like a 10-minute session maybe, where we just mine and upgrade. See how it feels. That's the plan, boys. Slash girls. $30 maybe. I might not spend that long. Can I even take such a long break while I'm streaming? Can I set the break screen while streaming? Thing is, I don't want to split up the video log in multiple sections, but I also do want to break, you know? And I'm working all day. As long as 30 minutes, or what are the rules on YouTube, Twitch for this? So I'm allowed to take a little break. That's good. Let's see. And I will be back at 12:30, maybe sooner. See you then. Hello, I am back. Right, so we were upgrading, we were tweaking values for upgrades, okay? And setting base values. Let's close all. Jetpack, pickaxe. Default values seem okay. Now we go into the world. Pickaxe power upgrade. We wanted 0.5. This is for speed. Here, power 1 per. Starting power 1, that is correct. Next power is 2, that is correct. Cost 2, that is fine, I believe. And the cost is simply the same as the pickaxe power. It's fine. Like I wrote earlier, this might feel underwhelming eventually because while the cost goes up, the increase per upgrade goes down. Like in the beginning, you go from like 1 to 2, but in the end, you go from like 10 to 11. This is 10% upgrade, and this is 100% upgrade. First it cost 2, and then it cost like 10. Or 11. So the percentage upgrade per cost is like insanely much higher here. Probably as much as 500%. Then times 5,000% actually. So yeah. It will start feeling useless to upgrade this eventually with this setup. So what we could do, increase cost by 1. Should probably just make a variable for upgrade level. Start at 1, I guess. And set the cost equal to, this is just upgrade level. All right. Upgrade level, increase that. Hey, Sunpokey04. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Good morning. Where are you from? It is quite early here still as well, but 12:30, like lunch. Brazil, I see. Welcome. Nice to see someone from the other side of the world. Yeah. Early morning in Brazil. And also, I think when there's summer in Norway, there's winter in Brazil. So right now, it's closing into the start, like midwinter soon. So it's probably getting really hot in Brazil. Is that correct? Like it's early summer or something in Brazil, maybe? It's always hot. Yeah, I see. I have been to Brazil 2 or 3 times, I think. Yeah. My wife has a uncle in Brazil. So we visit there sometimes. In Mongaguá. We've been visiting in Sao Paulo. Drinking some caipirinha. Yeah. Well, I'm very early in the project, so it's not much yet. Let's see. I can turn on some spawn enemy here. Maybe like so. Get out this one. So here's the basic idea. You first go down and you go mining until you find some iron down here. And then you bring back the iron to buy upgrades for yourself. And you can upgrade your equipment like your pickaxe and your jetpack. If I ever find some iron. And then, well, let's see. And then there will spawn enemy waves. I didn't set it up yet, but that's the idea anyways. And did you play Core Keeper, maybe? Because it's very much like Core Keeper, where you it's basically a wave defense, but you mine for resources in between. You know? So the current weapons is like these machine guns that I have on the side here. A little missile launcher. And kind of a flying projectile. The little kill this off and I can show you. Yeah, I have the missile there that does a lot of damage and explodes. And then I have also these small missiles that always targets the closest enemy. They just keep flying around. And then I have the machine gun. That is, I think I mentioned almost everything I made now. Upgrades for my weapons over here. And the big boss that I can spawn in. Yeah. I think you got an idea of what it is. I did play some Tekken and I did play Dragon Ball Z. I love Super Smash. Super Smash is really great. Well, thank you. It's also multiplayer, so I'm gonna try to have a couple of friends try it together sometime when I made a little more. I've just been testing some variable values. And now I'm trying to, for the pickaxe and the jetpack and stuff, and now I'm trying to set up the shops. So I can have somewhat decent pricing and value increase of the pickaxe variables and stuff. Math is your weakest area. You're supposed to be a game developer. Well, that's completely fine. Everyone has some areas they're lacking in. I have a lot. But math is probably not the worst because you can just ask an AI to help you, right? Like you can explain, for example, I would like the pickaxe power to increase quite linearly. Like I want every upgrade to feel quite impactful, but never to scale super fast. Something like that. You can just use your words, and the AI will fix something, and then you can tell it like, oh, this is too much, this is too little. Fine. I actually used AI to set up rotation for my missiles the other day, and it went completely fine because I didn't know the math to do the rotation. Thanks for stopping by, Sunpoke. See ya. Mm. Well, hello there. Let me see if I can translate this. It's trying very hard. Thank you very much. Hi, Steve. I appreciate it. Let's go. with the current amount of iron we are getting in the beginning, it's gonna take a while before we can aggregate a lot. So it's either a long timer before the first wave, or chill first waves that doesn't need too many upgrades over here. Or we start with a bit more upgrades, so we can get snowballing a little faster. Additive scaling can work well for some of these variables, like damage, multi-shot, bounce, but for things like fire, where we basically get more speed as we get closer to 0, the scaling has to work a bit differently. The fire rate could, for example, be set by 1 divided by whatever value we receive. That way, like if we have a default attack speed of 1, we divide it by the value we get. Say we So if we add 0.1 each time, and we set the fire rate to 1 over value, that would give us a fire rate of 10% faster each time, I think. 1 divided by 3, 1 divided by 3.1. Is that 10% faster? Point 0.33 and 0.322. No, because 10% would be 0.03, I guess. Here it's reduced to like 1%. Makes sense, I guess. Then the effectiveness of the upgrades would go like this. 0.9. Then this would be the upgrade level. See. So base value multiplied by 0.9. Like pow, float and float. Something like that, maybe. .9 and upgrade level, yeah. And base value here. Yep. It's red because we didn't set these yet, but of course we could also just do it like value increase add and value increase multi. And then we will set a bool, decide if it's additive or multiplicative, or not a bool, I guess, enum, maybe. Scaling type. That will be one for cost. value scaling type. cloud. Hey, thank you for following. Okay. So today we got set up most variables for pickaxe, the jetpack, and the weapons. There are still tweaks to be made, but the variables might be close to where they should be. With that in mind, we should move on from the equipment tomorrow and start looking at the base shield together with the enemies. So we set up a wave timer, a wave size, the spawn locations of the enemies, and configure their strength, their HP, and so on. I should also make a reminder to scale all top costs with players. Scale all enemy HP with players. So I'll have to figure out some way to do that, probably on peer connected. Signal players +1. Okay. After we configure the enemy waves, this should also include like a boss fight. And strength is both speed and HP. And attack damage. And then when we completed all of that, it's a good time for final playthrough test. Speaking variables. Long wave timers. Faster equipment upgrades. Question marks. So the goal is to be pretty much done with this and this by Friday. That way I can let someone try the game next week. So we will see if we get there. It was cool to see some new faces today, even from all the way from China. Very nice. Or at least you spoke Chinese. I'm not sure if you are from China. But thank you very much for watching and also for following. I appreciate it. So I'm off to eat dinner very soon. I hope you have a nice evening. Goodbye.